All right. We out here. I got some cool things to show off today. I don't think okay. I got some quick things that I wanna quickly set up first. Let's see. Take this, and then okay, we got that, and then we go up to here. Get rid of that. And then we do that. All right. We good. I will delete any unnecessary extra stuff later. All right. Okay. So I have something cool. Where are we at? Here. So I have a couple interesting things that I need to check. And I also need to build this. Nope. Do that. Go down to here. Open this folder. Are you... Why are you taking so long, bro? Oh, lordy lord, here we go. We gonna be waiting a while, I guess. That's fine. Is it done? No, it's idle. It's dicking around? Wild. Absolutely wild. Alright, we gonna be here for a sec, because I gotta wait for all this to build and shit, and for CurseForge to launch my fucking game, please. Yes, terminate it and continue. Bro, why do you want me to take like 9 fucking years? You're actually insane. Actually cracked completely. But whatever. I will wait as long as necessary. You know, I'll be patient. I'll be patient. Why not? Why not be patient? I can do it. I can be patient. I can wait for the mod to build. I can wait for the game to launch. We can be beautiful together. Anyway, if I'd known it would take, oh my gosh, the launcher. The launcher has launched the launcher that will launch the game. Wow. I just aged 90 years. Anyway. Unfortunately, this will take a this will take a bit to showcase, I guess. I didn't realize it takes so long, but it do apparently. That's fine. It's the cost of doing business. The build should be nearly complete, and it is complete. All right, good stuff. Throw this bad boy in here. Now I just have to wait for the fucking launcher. Launcher, please. Are you good? Alright, we'll try launching again, I guess. I don't know. Yep, that's all we need to do. In theory. We're a little bit further along in the loading process. There we go. Man, I love this software. We'll get there eventually. I'm sorry there's not much to really talk about, because I want to show you the cool shit. So yeah. Alright. We're finally here. Just took 14 fucking minutes. I love that for me. Absolutely love it. All right, so what I should be able to show off here is... Ba-ba-da! There's a new logo. And it looks good. I like it. So we have a new Scaling Feast logo. It's still got the same two shanks. Their position is actually swapped, funnily enough. The orange one used to be on the right, and the blue one used to be on the left, but it doesn't really matter. And we have bloated shanks at the bottom, right? Just a couple of those. And they're all centered, they're all here. I'm happy, right? We have the gradient here that matches the kind of brown and orange on the shank here, and then the gradient here matches the meat and bone of the shank up here. It's beautiful. Now, on CurseForge, there is a square icon that shows up, and for Modrinth too. The interesting thing is that this update will be the first time that this mod appears on Modrinth. It will now be on Modrinth. And the fun thing is that there's a little square icon for that too. And I had one previously, but I have made a new one. I wonder if I can show it off. I should be able to. Yes, I can. Okay. Let's minimize this. So this is the new icon, right? It used to just be this shank here with an SF in the middle, but now we got the SF on the bottom, the shank on top, the exhausting ingot, and the iron apple to, I guess, like the exhausting ore kind of contributes a lot to what the mod pack can do, and the iron apple's a neat little hunger derivative of the golden apple. So I think it makes sense for this icon, but not so much for the main logo itself. So it's got all these things. I'm happy with this too. It looks good. So that's that. Now, what I want to do is I want to show off something else. I've been, as you can tell, I've been working a bit on this on the side. I had some time, and I wanted to work on it, so I did. Yeah, you'll notice I have like 4 hunger. There's some interesting things here. Yeah, I can gain max hunger by eating this 18 more times. Wow, that's not at all going to be annoying to do. Eaten twice. Let's at least increase this a bit. Please. You eat it 4 times and it just takes forever. Okay, so we have some hunger here. I also, you may have noticed, have this little thing here. It's an item that when you eat it, it just lowers your max hunger. Now, I think the -10 should be... Why is it -10, though? Oh, it's -10 because I have this. So it increases it by 150%. So this actually will lower it by 10. It's supposed to only do 4. Oh, the -1s here are not red. Maybe they should be. But maybe not like the full dark red. The dark red's if you're not getting the exact value out of it, right? Like here, the change in saturation from eating this should be 0, but since I'm going to drop down to 7 hunger eating this, my saturation is going to naturally get capped out at 7. So it's letting me know, hey, you know, like this is lower than what it should be. You should be getting more than -1 saturation eating this. But you're supposed to get -1 saturation eating this because your max hunger is supposed to go down. And your hunger is supposed to go up eating this. I think for the additions and the subtractions to max, I can maybe color those a little bit. And maybe if it's negative, I can color it differently as well. So like there's some like UI stuff we can maybe mess with this to see if we can make it a little bit better. There also is an interesting thing that can happen here. As you can see, I now have negative hunger. Which, you know, should not probably happen. Well, it's interesting, right? So I'm currently at -1 hunger and -1 saturation. Which, again, that's probably not how that should work. It's a way it can work, I guess. As you can see, it actually sets my hunger to 0 when my hunger drops. Which is also interesting. Because now I have -18, but if I break this, it sets it to 0. And that's a thing that shouldn't happen there. So there's definitely a thing there where I'm losing max hunger when I'm taking hunger damage while I am dead, which should not happen. So there's that, and my hunger shouldn't be allowed to go negative. Because while it is interesting that theoretically it can support negative hunger, it seems to clamp the value once I lose hunger. Which means that I should just make sure that the hunger gained is bounded below by the negative of whatever your hunger is, and saturation, right? It should be bounded below by that. Yeah, and so there's this weird thing of this. Well, this is losing hunger on death. This is losing other stuff on death. There's a starve thing, right, that I should be looking at right now. The starvation features. I'm gonna see if I change the starve tick period. If it still does that. And then there is also, oh yeah, the your hunger should not be negative thing. Unless scaling feast is unintentionally capping it. No, it's capping it above. It's not even bothering to cap it below. I think I can. Set it for you? Since you are the only one that does this. We can do that, and then what I can do is I can, I guess I'd want to check if entity living instance of entity player or I could do the on food eaten. Yeah, I probably want to do the on food eaten instead. Now, am I gonna need this if is remote, and this potion ID is not null, and random flow potion effect probability. No, because it doesn't apply a potion effect when eaten. So instead I can do if not world in dot is remote. I think that's what I gotta do here, yeah. Well, if the world is remote, we'll just return. Otherwise, we'll get the food stats. It's interesting that it does at some point, yeah, on update, it sets the food level to this. So that it never goes to 0. And it does the same thing here. So it doesn't hit 0. But the point is that if I eat something and manually set it to 0, you know, we wouldn't want to do that. I could just call an on update on the food after it adds it. What would happen if I called an on update? It would get the difficulty, it would do this. And then if the exhaustion is greater, and it will subtract exhaustion, and then if the food saturation is greater than 0, it'll deduct from that. Otherwise, it'll deduct from the food level, but only if it's not peaceful. That's true. There is something to be said about peaceful. And then natural regeneration. It would cause it to update again. Because it would do the update for this as well, which we don't want to do. And this actually only works if the food exhaustion level is greater than 4. So calling an on update here actually doesn't do shit. Okay, good to know. Now, should we allow the... This is the hunger doesn't go down in peaceful. But you could still eat it in peaceful. That's fair. That's fine. Yeah, so that's fair. We can do it like this. This will fix the negative hunger part, which was sort of a concern. I didn't know how I wanted to handle it, whether I wanted to allow negative hunger, but we can't allow negative hunger because Minecraft would just fix it the next time hunger were to go down. And I'm not bothering to do that, so that's that. So we don't need anything here, which is good. What do I want to open up here? The starvation features. So here's the thing. It checks if the player's not dead. Now I wonder if, like, okay, there's a couple options here. If it's still ticking when they're dead, which it shouldn't be doing, then that's a problem. Oh, but this is for the bonus damage. Or, no, count starvation. Which is only done if they're dead. Or sorry, if they're not dead. Gets the max hunger. Then it gets the base, and the penalty is lost amount times the number of penalties, lower bound, which is that. Lower bound minus max hunger, and we clamp it at 0. Huh. Interesting. I have no idea. I feel like it's some world that is remote nonsense that's causing it, theoretically. Because maybe the player's not dead on some side, but should be. I don't know, that doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense. Though I can't actually confirm this. I set my max hunger to 42. Why is it 24? Oh, wait. Starvation penalties. Set this to 0. Interesting. Let's just make sure that... I want to make sure that when I have max hunger gained by Shanks and I die, it doesn't like ruin everything. I want to know. Increase cap. The amount of bonus max hunger Hardy Shanks can provide. So I can provide 20 more. I think my max hunger had been increased from other stuff as well, so there's that. Oops. So I'm currently at 24. I'll go down probably to 20. No, I'll stay at 22. Okay. It doesn't appear to be updating. But it did go down to 20. Interesting. If this is zeroed out, this goes down to 18. It stays at 18. Now, if I wait longer, will it go down again? Because now I'm at 16. So, And I do stay at 16, so I don't know why it went down that one time there. Definitely shouldn't. But that could have been caused by something else. I don't know. The stats that are giving me max hunger and stuff are currently a little weird. So, with that in mind, why is it that when it's 0, it does it all the time? Maybe if I just put a max call here to bind it below at 1, because at minimum it should be only every tick. Maybe that's the thing? Right, so if we add this, maybe that does it. Though, I am curious. The food stats. Where's the food timer? It probably, I'm not exactly sure when the event is fired. Food stats on update in Apple Core API. Oh, it's in the Apple Core API on update. Okay, so Apple Core clearly maybe handles the food stats updates slightly differently. And maybe having it set to 0 causes a problem. But if we bind it below, I think that should fix it. I believe so. So that should fix this and just leave this and this. I think so anyway. Alright, I think that works? I don't know, I'm, like, looking at this being like, I feel like there's something I'm missing here, but I guess not, so I guess we're good. Okay, I mean, we'll check it. We will check it. Alright, let's see. Wait. Dude, I didn't even get to freaking eat food. Interesting. My max hunger still went down. That is... interesting. What I want to know now is, when does this get set? Where is this called? Oh, this is for like bats and stuff. That's for something else. That's for that. That's different. Alright, that's for closing that. Okay, where is the on death update then? Because I think what's happening here is for this duration of time, on entity update, it does on death update, and then after 20 ticks, it then sets us to dead. But during those 20 ticks, I can tick down my hunger. And it can go down by like 6, basically. Ah, I see. So I need to actually check if the health is less than 0 rather than if they're dead. Or if they're like greater than 0. Is checking the is dead thing, is that... There's a check where it checks if they're alive, which is the reverse of that. Okay. If they're alive, there would be a situation where they'd be set to dead but have health, right? But either way, we'll do this. That way we're still mainly checking this. 1 second. I had to clear my throat. I'm gonna have a drink too. But this way, now it really is only happening if they're actually dead. So, works for me. All right. In that case, that should fix that. And then there's just these two, which I'm gonna have to look at. Because, like, this is, I'd say, pretty done. I like having to fix these extremely niche things. That's a joke. Don't actually. Not a huge fan, I would say. Because they aren't set to dead when their health is low. Which means I actually have probably a pretty substantial, like, negative modifier. Well, that's a problem. Oh, wait. No, that's actually fine. Is there's a spice of life? What other commands are there? Now I can eat 6 of these in a row. Now I just eat these 6. So now my max hunger is at the maximum allowed level. Which makes sense because my max hunger has also increased by 4 from hitting 2, like, Spice of Life Carrot Edition milestones, so this is right. This is the exact max amount of hunger I'm supposed to have at this point. And now I get another chest plate. We enchant it. With sensitivity. And, gluttony. Now I get this, which is like the best healing food item here. I eat it. It gives me a soft stomach debuff. Holy shit. It takes away so much of my hunger. So, okay. Now reset it. Now go here, and then go to this. Set this to 0. Now do this again. Eat this like this, put this here, now eat this. Hey, we have a big bloated level that gets taken away like right away. Holy shit. It does go down again. Unless that's something else. I have to make sure it's not something else. Max hunger cap, loss on death. That's what this is. Okay. So that's what that is. So that's something else completely different. So that's working correctly. Finally. Now we have these two. Now this is something that I'm not too sure. I need to look into this. What you say here? What we saying here on 130? Uses operation 2 as an option to change the operation for these would be nice, so you can have it stack with mods like quality tools or set bonus mods as it is currently. Food efficiency modifier from the Spice of Life Care Edition doesn't stack as it is its own modifier due to using operation 2. Now the question is that an intentional choice I made, or is that an unintentional or whatever consequence of what I've done? Oh, this is for the configs. We don't need the config. We need the actual thing. Okay, so this is the milestone stuff, but this here, food efficiency modifiers, there's an XP bonus, which is percent multiply. Percent multiply is really the only operation that makes sense, right? We're gonna check. Yeah, Vengeance Craft does the same thing where it uses Operation 2. Operation 1 or 0 really just doesn't make sense. So use Operation 2? So yeah, Operation 2, as far as I'm aware, is the only operation that really makes sense for food efficiency. It's the only operation that, like, actually makes sense. Because the base value for your food efficiency is 1. So let's respond to this. Because food efficiency has base value 1, Operation 2 is really the only operation that makes sense? Can I spell correctly? I can spell correctly. Yeah. I now have to look at the operations. I think I see what they mean by it doesn't stack, right? Like, multiplying the base attribute, like adding them together versus multiplying them independently. Yeah, I mean, okay, I do see that. I actually do see what they're getting at now that I've looked at this. Operation 1 can make sense. I guess what I need is... Right, so this should actually be abstract. This should be protected. This should be this .getOp.ordinal. So that now works. This is not needed. This is not needed. This is not needed. This should be this .get operation. And this should extend built-in modifier. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? There you go. So this, we now add a constructor, and this will have operation op. So this becomes static operation modifier. Okay, did not know I needed that for all of it. Okay, so those are static operation modifiers, and these are dynamic operation modifiers, I guess. Do this, set this to this. Oh wait, yeah, return that. And then this is going to be built-in modifier dot dynamic operation modifier. Right? And then I just have to change this. So then in the config for it, I need to make this an array. What is it? Percent and percent multiply? It's multiply and percent multiply. I guess I gotta capitalize this, make it consistent with the rest of the config. By the sum of this bonus plus any other food efficiency attribute modifiers. So it stacks with other modifiers additively. And this should be percent multiply. Multiplies the base food efficiency by this bonus independently of other modifiers. So it stacks with other modifiers multiplicatively. Now, is there... Go to the config. What things do we have? We have a lang key, which is whatever. Comment ignore. Range int, range double, name, residency reset, crossroad restart, sliding option. Right. right. I guess I'll put it in here. This is public enum food efficiency modifier or operations. There's multiply and there's percent multiply. Each one will link to operation. Oh, I guess I need built-in modifier dot operation dot multiply. Operation. Built-in modifier. And this is going to be And then I go here, and then this is going to be food efficiency operations. Food efficiency bonus type equals food efficiency operations dot percent multiply is the base value. Bada boom. And now that's for the XP bonuses, and then I have to go here. And then basically the same thing as, what are you doing? It's this. This should be milestone type, I guess. Food efficiency milestones. Food efficiency operations dot percent multiply. And this needs to be public. And it probably needs to be public here too, because I probably didn't set it public. I did not. Definitely can't be package. This is going to be mod config dot. This is the XP, so I don't even know where that is. Oh, it's probably in features dot XP bonuses dot food efficiency bonus type get operation. And I do the same thing here. Yeah. What are you doing? Actually, I think this is a modules, yeah. Soul, which is a really stupid name for that, but we're not going to worry about that. And so now it is dynamic. Now the question is, do these updates, are they like recomputed? Yeah, it is. It's done here. Now, I guess an important question is this expensive? Is it? I don't think it is expensive to do it every tick. We get the modifier value for the player. Okay, there's definitely a better way to do this. Okay, but this is an optional. Given the context here, I mean, this is inherently final just by nature. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. So food stats and then optional attribute modifier. Nice spelling there. And then this is going to be SF food stats get max hunger modifier. Oh, because it needs it based off of a UUID. So I guess this is a buy function. Yeah, there we go. Where does it even use this attribute? It doesn't. Oh, is it because this... Get food efficiency modifier attribute. It already does it there. I see. Okay. So you're not needed, which means you're not needed, which means you're not needed, actually. Which means you're not needed and you're not needed. We still need this, though. Get current attribute value. It takes this function. this attribute, and it wants to get it takes a UUID, and then that's all it needs to do. Modifier extractor dot apply to the SF food stats and the UUID. This returns that. Now this is just a return. This dot attribute dot get attribute modifier for the Killing Feast API dot accessor dot get SF food stats for the player with the UUID, which is going to be this dot get UUID, and I map it. Dot map attribute modifier dot get amount dot or else 0.0. Now I don't need this. So that makes it a little bit better. Hello, hello. Let me make that private as well. Do I make this private up here? It is private already. Oh. Do I make the stuff over where? Wait, no, I don't need to make it private. Okay. No, this works. It's going well. How you doing? How you doing? I have dove deep into a rabbit hole, I guess. I don't know, is it a rabbit hole? It's something. It's something, that's for sure. Got on some sleep and having some lunch, protein shake. Nice, nice. Protein shake, very good. Why do I have a million Discord notifs? Oh, it's Shivoxy. This makes sense. This makes sense. So what's the rabbit hole? The rabbit hole was this. So what this was there was a suggestion that said that the food efficiency operations, right? So in other words, these two modifiers are using operation 2. What is operation 2? Okay. No. I'm just gonna very quickly explain what this is. So you have an attribute, like say max HP or whatever, and it has a base value, right? And then you have modifiers. And then what you do is you wish to modify that value. There's 3 ways you can do it. There's operation 0, which is you take the base and you add mod 1 and you add mod 2 and so on until you've added mod n, right? You sum it all up. And then there's op 2, where you take the base and you multiply it by the sum of mod 1 plus mod 2 plus mod 3. Is that actually it? I don't think that's actually it. Oh, yeah, there's a 1. 1 plus the sum of these things. It's like a percent multiply, but it stacks additively. If that makes sense. And then there's op3, or this is op1. I know how to count. And then there's op2, which is base multiplied by 1 plus... This also keeps going to mod n. 1 plus mod 1 times 1 plus mod 2 times, and so on. I'm missing a dot here in this explanation. Not that it matters, but we're doing that. 1 plus mod n. So, this one you add them, this one you multiply them, but you stack them additively, and this one you multiply them, but you stack them multiplicatively. That's the gist. Now, the rabbit hole is over here. These modifiers only used operation 2. They only stacked multiplicatively with other modifiers. I originally thought that that is the only thing that makes sense. It only makes sense to have them stack multiplicatively because of like the way they are or whatever. Because a straight additive modifier to your food efficiency doesn't really make too much sense. You can't be +1 more food efficient, but you can be 100% more food efficient, right? Like there's a difference there. And so, because not every context makes sense, I limited these operations to only operation 2 because I thought that was the only thing that made sense. But that's not really true now that I'm thinking about it. You can stack them additively. You can have something that gives you 50% food efficiency and something else that gives you 50% food efficiency, and you can either have like net 75% food efficiency if you stack them multiplicatively. I think that's how that works. Or you can have them be 100% food efficiency if you stack them additively. And both of those contexts actually make sense. It just depends on the way you want to do it. Right? So, give them the option to change it. Right? Let them change it. They can change this food efficiency to be operation 1 or 2. But now I need to make an enum to encapsulate just these two, which for some reason I call multiply and percent multiply, in spite of the fact that that doesn't really make much sense at all. It should be stack additively, stack multiplicatively, and I'm probably gonna refactor these. What is it? Yeah. It should be stack additively. The operation name itself, I don't give a shit. Stack additively, and then this should be stack multiplicatively. Multiplicatively. There is like multiply and then percent multiply. Like it does like sort of make sense. Because if you distribute this, right? If you distribute this, you get base plus base times mod 1 plus base times mod 2 plus base times mod 3 plus so on and so forth. So you are like multiplying technically, and this is more of a percent multiplication because you have base times you have base plus Well, actually, that doesn't even work, because if you distribute that into there, and then you have to distribute that into there. So this is, like, technically a percent multiply, and this is kind of just a straight multiply, so, like, it does technically work, but for the sake of the config, have it be straightforward. Stack multiplicatively versus stack additively. I now need to change this here. God damn it. Additively. Stack multiplicatively. That's for that. Now we go all the way to the other one, which is this one. And we do stack additively. Stack multiplicatively. Boom. That is the rabbit hole that we went down to do this. Or sorry, this one. We also fixed, there was also another rabbit hole with starvation. Let me tell you about this rabbit hole. Let me fucking tell you about this rabbit hole. This should work, right? Like, we don't need to test it, we can just ship it, right? Because you set this, and then the built-in modifier, it uses a supplier, which means if you change the value, it changes the multiplier, because down here, it uses a supplier. So if you change the value, it changes the operation, which means when you do a create modifier, it does this .get operation, this .operation, gets the op, gets the ordinal. The op is abstract, and then if it's static, it's just static, and then if it's dynamic, it gets this, and then it gets the ordinal, and it uses that here, which is basically the exact thing it was doing before. It was doing it slightly differently, but it's the same. We don't need to test this, right? Like, this just works. We can confirm that this makes sense, and we just ship it, right? Like, there's no way this doesn't fucking work. Though... It doesn't make sense. I'm sure this will work right out of the box. We have a problem. We have a problem. Yeah, we have a problem. I'm pretty sure. Okay, here's the problem. And I think this is why I stuck with op2 in particular. Let's say, for example, I have something that gives me plus 50% food efficiency, right? I'm 50% more food efficient. And then I have something that's like minus 150% more food efficient. What? How does this work? It's here, right? On exhaustion, yeah, okay, so. I am multiplying the exhaustion by the reduction value. How does this look? Because there was/is a situation where if your food efficiency modifier is set to a current thing, it, like, is dividing by 0, and that's kind of a problem. So it kinda just shits the bed. We want to not do that. But we can check this. We can check to see. I think that was I might have fixed that. That might not be a problem. I'm about to show you something wild. This is divide by x minus 2. But this is only for x less than, or x strictly less than 1. And then we have g of x, which is going to be 1 over x. 1 over x? Huh? Oh, wait, no, this is... Nope, 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 nope. That doesn't fucking make sense. This is for x greater or equal 1. Which... If the reduction is less than 0... what the heck? I don't remember how this works. Thank you for the yeeps. Thanks for tuning in. We do big stretch. Food efficiency minus 2 if we're less than 0. But otherwise it's that. If food efficiency is less than 1, then this is negative. This makes it positive. Oh, wait a second. I'm stupid. So this is 1 over f of x. I'm trying to like plot this. And then h of x is just x. No, h of x is 1 over x. Yeah. This is for x greater or equal 1. Okay, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think we figured. I think I solved the problem. Where? Hello, Firefox. Where are you at? Here we are. Ready to see some fucking math? Look at this shit. So this is how the food efficiency modifier behaves. Around that like point where the food efficiency modifier, if the food efficiency modifier is 1, which is base value, it multiplies your exhaustion by 1. Wow. That makes sense. We're working on food math. It is food math. So if you have minus 100% food efficiency, you are 100% less efficient with food. So your exhaustion should go up twice as fast. We're all on the same page here? And so at this point, it increases linearly the rate at which you lose food. Yeah, they're kind of the math works itself out. You can never be so efficient with food that your exhaustion never goes up. Your exhaustion will always go up. It's just the rate at which it will go up will go down. However, it is unbounded on how quickly your exhaustion can go up. Because you could be more and more inefficient with food, but you can't be so efficient with food that your food never goes down. And that's intentional. So the more food efficiency you have, the more diminishing returns you get. But the less food efficiency you have, the more fucking nuts it gets. This is intentional behavior because this makes sense considering I'm taking this attribute value and multiplying your exhaustion by it. Right? This isn't the amount of exhaustion you get, this is the amount your exhaustion is multiplied by. This is a multiplier. And so I have to make sure I don't multiply by 0. Now, could I have it be like reverse exponential or whatever? Right? Like, let's just say it's like 1 over x. Well, the problem is, if it's 1 over x and we just continue that pattern, well then, if your food efficiency thing gets to 0, you have a problem. Now what is your food efficiency? Now what's your exhaustion? Fucked. That's what it is. It's fucked. And if you set it to negative, you're now somehow losing exhaustion? This doesn't make sense. This makes no fucking sense. But it is a straight multiplier. So we have to have this behavior, but we need to have this behavior over here, right? Like, the domain of this function needs to be the entire real line, because I should be able to use any attribute value. I should be able to use any number as the attribute value. It should be able to accept anything. Because there could be a random combination of attribute modifiers that hit a certain attribute value. So I should be able to accept any attribute value. But the range of the function needs to be non-negative, because we can't lose exhaustion. This makes no sense. Right? Especially because the exhaustion level in Minecraft is not like bounded below at 0. I could just get negative exhaustion, I'm pretty sure. Which means I would never lose hunger. Like, ever. If I continue this function, it continues all the way down, and once I have an attribute value of 2, I just like never lose hunger. Well, fundamentally, what's going to happen is that we have it kind of asymptotes at y equals 2. Yeah, we're doing some real fucking math right now. It asymptotes at y equals 2. But if you assume that we continue this linear trend, like you project this linear trend downwards, ignoring the discontinuities, then yeah, it's like my attribute, my exhaustion becomes 0, and then it becomes negative, and then I'm losing exhaustion. And this makes no sense. It makes no sense. So this is the only function that really works. And so in reality, there actually is no problem with this and with it stacking multiplicatively or stacking additively. It actually kind of works out just fine. That function was handpicked, I'll have you know. Handpicked. Now, is there a way I can actually recreate that function beautifully? I'd love to be able to recreate it beautifully. Because look, this is what the function is like right now. It's a two-step. It's a piecewise function, basically, right? Well, actually, it's not even really piecewise. It's sort of piecewise. It's sort of piecewise, right? It would be great if it didn't do that though. If I could just have like a beautiful function that encapsulated that behavior. And I kind of could, but I think it's a lot more complex than just doing this. So I guess we just leave it like that. Anyway, does this make any sense? We all understand? We all with us? Butte. Absolute fucking butte. So this all works. This all works. We ship it. We don't give a shit. And yeah, we ship it. We ship it. We ship it. We ship it. We ship this too. And this, we don't need that anymore. Or this. Or this. Actually, wait, no, we actually, okay, so, other thing. I gotta show you. I gotta show you. And this is really dumb, but it's actually really interesting at the same time. So, you're about to do a learn. School's in session. Sit down. Get out your notebooks. This is gonna be on the test on Friday. The Thursday, excuse me. Perhaps even tomorrow. Boop. Oh, this is the wrong instance. I need you. Boop. And boop. And boop. Alright. Behold. I will now show you cool shit. Potentially. What other cool shit I got here? Well, actually, I want to check. Oh, wait. So here's first cool thing. First cool thing, bam, look at this, new logo. I designed this last week, or like over the weekend. On Sunday. Sunday, that's when it was. I did it on Sunday. New logo. What else I want to check? It was this. Stack multiplicatively, stack additively, right? So, and then this is in modules, spice of life, carrot addition, stack multiplicatively, stack additively. So we got that. Alright, cool stuff. We also have a potato. It literally just reduces your hunger by 4 when you eat it. That's literally all it does. Now I have 36 hunger. That's all it does. But, it can be used to actually make an awkward potion. So you can actually use this to do brewing without needing netherwort. It's a netherwort alternative, which I think is kind of cool. Because you can actually make it with potatoes and these exhausting nuggets, and you can find this stuff in the overworld naturally. It just generates in really hot areas, or really, I think it also generates in really cold areas. So you can like find it in deserts and savannas and stuff. The ore, and then you can make the nuggets, and then you can make the potato, and then the potato can be used to make awkward potions, so you can do regular brewing. Boop-ba-doo, that's cool as fuck. Which means it does technically have a use outside of lowering your hunger by 4 when you eat it. It also, when added to a thick potion in particular, thick potions made from glowstone dust. So I had this brewing recipe where you add the Hardy Shank to a thick potion, you get a metabolic potion, which gives you metabolism to regen your hunger. And yeah, it doesn't use an awkward potion. I decided to do that intentionally. I thought it'd be interesting to use a potion type that isn't awkward to make things a little bit more different or whatever. So you add this to a thick potion, and then it makes a deficiency potion. You drink this, it lowers your hunger. But more importantly, you can obviously make it a splash potion. And more importantly, if you have a mod installed that adds a saturation potion, like Potion Core, I have actually added a brewing recipe that will turn this potion into this potion. If Scaling Feast can find a saturation potion registered, it will add an inversion recipe. And it also adds it the other way too. So, that's cool. This makes this, and you can also use it to make awkward potions. Awesome. And you make it with potatoes. And again, more importantly, you can use a poisonous potato. So yay, the poisonous potato has a use. You can make this potato. But I wanted the recipe to just be this, and then I realized having it just be this means you have to get exclusively poisonous potatoes, which is like really annoying, so I added the regular potato version. So that's that. You eat it, it lowers your hunger. Great, cool, awesome. And then there was a bit of an issue, which I'm gonna check. Actually, if I put this on, this will actually increase the food values I get, which means this will now lower my hunger by 13 when I eat it, which is a lot. And because I have Spice of Life, the diminishing returns is actually making this lower my hunger by more and more. There's actually a weird interaction. You have to change the formula that Spice of Life uses for diminishing returns. Otherwise, eventually this will start giving you more hunger, and you actually are able to eat it faster and faster and faster, and then it like restores like an insane amount of hunger, and it wraps around and shit. It's not good. So you have to make a slight change to the formula there. But that's a Spice of Life config thing that has nothing to do with this, right? And now it's only saying -8 because my hunger can only go to 0. But this would actually lower my hunger by a heck of a lot more, right? It just reduced it by like 16. We know it would reduce it by like more than 16 if I ate it, but it only says it's going to reduce it by 8. And sure enough, it only does. It used to actually set your hunger to be a negative value, and I was like, wait, Minecraft supports negative hunger values? Minecraft does not support negative hunger values. It sort of supports negative hunger values, but the minute your hunger would go down again, it clamps it between 0, like it binds it below its 0. So I'm like, oh, so you should never have negative hunger to begin with. So I have to specifically add that case where if this is going to set your hunger to below 0, it just sets it to 0. And the same also goes for your saturation. Now, this doesn't actually modify your saturation at all, but if your hunger goes below your current saturation, your saturation goes down as a result, right? So there's all of this. I was making this texture on like Saturday. So I made this texture on Saturday, implemented it Saturday, and then made the new logo Sunday. And did some other testing and stuff. Things now mostly work. So that's all the stuff with the exhausting potato. Lowers your hunger when you eat it. Interesting little thing. For mod packs that use Spice of Life Carrot Edition, this actually has a bit of a use because if you have a bunch of new foods that you haven't eaten before and you want to eat them, well, obviously, eventually at some point, your hunger is gonna be full and you're not gonna be able to eat more foods. So instead, you eat one of these things and then you eat more food, right? That's literally the only point of a negative hunger food. It's for situations like that. And so as a result, like I said, I gave it the brewing recipes to make it a little bit more than useless. It's not really supposed to be a super useful item. It's just supposed to be a thing that's there. Now, I fixed everything else in regards to the exhaustion scaling for mining blocks. That's been, I realized that everything there works fine, so that's good. The milestones attribute operation type thing is fine. What else did I have? Let me just quickly check my to-do list to see what I did. Oh yeah, the rapid starving. There was this thing that you could do. And this is gonna look really funny. Features, starvation penalties, counter. So I have a starve rate change and a base starvation period. So this is the base rate at which player starves. The default is vanilla starve rate. So if you're starving, you take damage once every 80 ticks. However, now, since Scaling Feast actually tracks the amount of times you take starvation damage in a row, it can actually change the rate at which you starve so that it increases. So if I set this to -20, every time I starve, the next time I starve will happen 20 ticks sooner. So I will reach 0 hunger, I will starve at 80 ticks, then I will starve at 60 ticks, then I will starve at 40 ticks, then I will starve at 20 ticks. You're probably wondering what happens after that. There was a bit of a thing. I have bounded it so that you can only starve every tick. So if it would go negative, it just puts it at 1. But as we know, my max hunger goes down when I starve. So you end up, and I take more damage the more times I starve in a row. So you end up with a pretty deadly penalty where by the time I starve a 3rd time, I'm just so fucking dead. Now, there was a problem though, because I was starving so fast that it was causing an issue. So when you starve and your max hunger goes down, I check to see if you're dead or not. Because if you're dead, your max hunger shouldn't go down from starving, because you're dead. You shouldn't be penalized from staying on the death screen and then have your max hunger go down if you just stay on that screen long enough. So I added a check to see if you're dead. Don't do it, and it worked fine. But it does not work for it doesn't work if you set if your starvation rate goes down to being like 1 tick a second. And I was like, but you're dead. It shouldn't work. Here's the thing. This is the really weird part. Yeah, I know we're sort of in like a show and tell mode right now, but there's like literally one thing left, so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sweat it. Is this the starting page? Yeah, it is. So the interesting thing is, you check to see if they're dead, right? Interesting. This checks this. But this doesn't check it for everything? Wait a second, what the heck? This is entity living base. Okay, so actually, it turns out that I don't need this check here. I just need to check to see if they're alive. Because originally I was just checking to see if they weren't dead. Now, if they're not dead, they should be alive. What's the difference? The difference is that on entity update, in particular, I guess I want now, is entity alive? I thought I was looking at this, which only checks it there, but there is also... Where does this check it? Oh, I should probably change this to be event.player.is entity alive. Probably change that check to be that. On living update. No, on living update for entity living. There's something that does this. Oh, right. When does set dead get called? Set dead gets called on death update. So, this death update, so just to summarize here, I was originally checking, so now I'm checking if the entity is alive before I do the starvation stuff. I originally was checking if the entity wasn't dead. What's the difference between the entity not being dead and the entity being alive? Those sound like the same thing, just with different words. They are different. Checking if they're not dead is checking if this flag is set, which is the is dead flag. Checking if they're alive is different, because when an entity dies, it doesn't actually get set to being dead until 20 ticks after it actually dies. So there's a death animation, right? The entity falls over and then dies, right? So this is on the update on their death in order to make sure that the entity falls over, it dies, it poofs, then the XP comes out, right? So for timing all of that, there's a death timer. And it's only set to dead when the death timer reaches 20. Ergo, the entity doesn't die until a second after you kill it. Which means if my starvation damage is happening so fast that it happens more than once a second, it will count it. It will actually enter this section even though it's not supposed to. So instead, I check if the entity's alive. And check if the entity alive, it does check this. This was the check I was doing before, but it also double checks to make sure that their health is above 0, so that they're not in the middle of a death animation. So that was a dumb rabbit hole that I had to go down. But we're here. And I've just double checked this to make sure that the exhaustion doesn't get added when you're dead, because it shouldn't. So yeah, that's a lovely thing that we have there that I had to fix, but we fixed it, so we're good. So that was for that. That was for this. I did add a cap to the hunger overflow bloated effect, but that's just I just added a cap, a configurable cap, so that's fine. The food efficiency operation, we have that. It makes sense. We're fine. 116. Now we're on something else. This is the last one. And then I don't know if I'm gonna be adding anything else. This is the last, like, definite to-do thing. I might want to do one other thing. I don't know. So this is a config option to only apply penalties if it leaves the shank modifier greater than or equal to 0. Which means you can only lose max hunger from death, from starving, if you've eaten something that has increased your max hunger. And that's as a toggleable thing. So that would apply to the death, and it would also apply to not spice of life, maybe spice of life. But it would apply to the death, and it would apply to the starvation for sure. Would it apply to the spice of life? I guess it would be 3 separate configs. I thought of only one config. I could make it one config. I need to double check the way this works. Not this. In the modules. Not this module, actually. This module. Damn, what the fuck did I write here? This is a bijection between the set of positive integers and its Cartesian product. Jesus Christ. We use this to determine a unique ID for each food eaten instance that is guaranteed to not clash, and that is because we can add it to the object pool if it is a new ID and use that to count distinct food items eaten. Right, and so the ID is that. What the fuck did I do here? This is really cool, actually. Hold on. Pause. I get the ID from the item, and that's going to be an integer, and then I'm going to get the item damage, because just the IDs might be the same, but the damage should be different. And then I plus j minus 1 times I plus j minus 2 divide by 2 plus I. The plus I here probably just makes sure that this ID is itself positive, but is this a bijection? I mean, for it to be a bijection, it has to be 1-to-1 onto. I can prove that because, for any I and j, if they are the same, if I have two results that are the same, and I suppose that they map to the same thing, but they come from different results, I can prove by contradiction that the two numbers, the ID and the damage, have to be the same. And then to prove that it's onto, I have to prove that for any Cartesian product, or for any positive integer, right? Because this is a Cartesian product that we have here, right? I can map it backwards. That's really interesting. But I use that to give it a unique ID. I guess you could it's sort of like a hash code. But hash code theoretically could clash. Why do I have a hash code? Oh, because why do I have a hash code? Why the fuck do I need that? Where is this used? Nowhere. Fucking BS. But there is this get tooltip type for item. Create one more item. Are we set to count history? Note that food queue is a fixed size, but doesn't matter if the +1 exceeds normal sign, we're fine regardless. Low count, start count, that simulated. Did we simulate a fucking queue? The on tooltip would only say we would check before the on tooltip and before the on food eaten if we've eaten it. apply max hunger modifier, create modifier, get modifier value for player, evt.get original. That I would need to keep. But basically, we would have a config that would say whether or not it applies it. Okay, so that's fine. We definitely could do that. This is the one time my math degree was like really useful. I say really. I put a couple air quotes there. It was cool though. I will be right back. All right, we're good. We're fine. So this all works. We just have to add, if I wanted this, there's like two ways I can go about this. I can either have a config for each one, or I probably want one config, honestly. One config makes sense. Wait, is this the HUD category? This is a HUD category. I don't know why the HUD category is here, but it is. I just gotta figure out where I want to put this. Because it applies to the Spice of Life module, it applies to the death features, and it applies to the starvation features. I don't know where I put it. Did I put it in the general config category? No, it's not really. You could argue that I should put it in the item category. It's really interesting, because get modifier value for player. Okay, so what does the penalty end up being, right? But because, like, I would still have to have the penalty be... I would still have to have the penalty be this not distinct, what am I saying? I would still have to have the penalty be, bounded by the shank penalty, or the shank modifier. It's so fucking tricky. Only having one shank, it sets your shank modifier to 0, the rest penalty. Yeah. Basically, bound all penalties and the shank bonus modifier is below. That depends. How does it... Oh, wait, because it sets separate attribute modifiers. This is so... I don't even know. It's so I don't even know. There's a starvation penalty, the death. The XP, I don't think would... Technically, you could. The only thing that's not going to be 0 is the shank, because that's specifically only used in certain contexts. You could configure this to be negative. You could configure this to be negative. You could configure this to be negative. There's two ways I can do this, actually. I could have it so that the rest of the penalty is not applied, or the rest of the penalty is not, like, applied, but, like, different applied. It could be that, like, the rest of the penalty is scrapped, or the rest of the penalty is applied, but just doesn't have any effect. I don't know, dude. Like, on paper, I like the idea. But is it really necessary? The death one already has its own lower bound, right? Like, right? So the death one already has its own configurable lower bound that will prevent your max hunger from going below. The starvation, I don't think the starvation does. Maybe it does. Yeah, there is. Player's max hunger will never get set below this value. That already basically encapsulates its own thing. Right? You have a lower cap for the starvation. You have a lower cap for the death penalties. If you have a like this really only like really affects the Spice of Life module and the XP features if you choose to make the XP and Spice of Life Carrot Edition, if you choose to make those milestones and bonuses negative, assuming you can. I don't think I put a cap to make it less than 0, so I think in theory you could. But it's like, what's the point? Right? Because that means for everything, for every penalty, it would only be applied if you have a shank modifier. And it could only apply up to the shank modifier. What's the point? Like, the point is that if you have max hunger from eating shanks, those can be removed and reapplied. But if you haven't been able to make a hearty shank because perhaps the crafting recipe is expensive for whatever mod pack you're in, and then you have a death penalty and you die and your max hunger goes down, then you can't get that back for a really long time. So, like, I get it? But I don't know, dude. Like, on one hand, I understand the uses for it. On the other hand, it's also extremely niche. You could argue it's like slightly bad pack design if you can lose max hunger very quickly, but it's really hard to get it back. I don't know. I think I'm gonna scrap this idea, personally. On the one hand, again, I do like it on paper, but on the other hand, no. It's not worth it. Because on the one hand, you have like this really complicated thing. Area is part of the challenge. I guess it depends on how you want to balance this. Yeah, right? Like, if the pack is designed where you can lose max hunger very quickly, but it's hard to get it back, and the penalties for death and starvation aren't really bounded below at all, so that you can go down to like 1 max hunger, then yeah, maybe that's shit, right? But it's up to the pack maker to balance, right? Having this weird option where it's like, your max hunger only goes down from the penalties if you have, if you've eaten hearty shanks, is like this weird kind of compromise between the idea of a pack being so unforgiving with max hunger and like scaling feast trying to fix that. It's like a weird compromise between that. It's like these features exist. It's up to you to balance them in your pack. Right? Most people probably be really reasonable. Or if it's supposed to be stupid hard, then like that's the point. You're gonna toggle that, and that's exactly what the discussion here is, right? Do I add a toggle? And here's the rabbit hole. Here's the rabbit hole. Let's say I add a toggle. We'll call it easy mode or whatever, right? And in easy mode, these penalties are only applied when you have when you've eaten a hearty shank to increase your max hunger, and it's only applied so far as to set your penalty to be 0 as a like your net penalty to be 0. Basically, the penalty can never go below whatever your max hunger gained from hearty shanks is. Right? So if I have +4 max hunger from hearty shanks, and then death drops it by 2, and then starvation drops it by 2, then starving again should not drop it further because I'm at net 0, right? There's a problem with that. I'll get to that in a second. Assume we have a toggle for that. Then the natural extension is, oh, have that toggle only work for death penalties, or have that toggle only work for starvation, or have that toggle only work for failing to diversify with Spice of Life, or have that toggle only work for if you have a certain amount of XP, and I set the XP milestone to be negative, so that the more XP you have, the less max hunger you have, or set it to only be toggleable so that if you do diversify, your max hunger goes down because I set the milestone reward for max hunger for Spice of Life Carrot Edition to be negative. There is a bunch of different modifiers that could set it. And so now it's like, hey, I want individual configs for each of those. But we already sort of have that because there is a lower bound for death and starvation penalties. So if I add a global config for the whole thing, then I have to add then there's the idea that it will be proposed to add individual configs for each of the individual things. Here for dinosaurs. Hello, welcome to the stream. Is the code behaving today? Surprisingly, I'll say. It kinda is. We're kinda getting somewhere. I closed my to-do list. My to-do list is actually basically done. There's this one thing here that I'm currently in a discussion about on if I even want it to begin with. Basically, this mod, I'll give you a quick. I can do this, right? God damn it. Oh wait, no, it does do it. It just took a while to do it. This is an overhaul from Minecraft's hunger system that basically allows you to change what your maximum hunger is in Minecraft. Usually it's always 20, but now you can change it, right? Which means it can go up, but it can also go down. And the discussion is, should we only allow it to go down if at some point it has gone up? And the answer is probably not, because this seems like a really complicated compromise between questionable pack design and mod features. And it's like, eh? I don't want to make it configurable or like a toggleable option, because then for each individual thing that could potentially lower max hunger, I have to have this check. This check of, hey, are we gonna violate easy mode rules or whatever the heck? And to that I say, brother, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. So I'm probably not going to do that. I think it'd be fun to inflict sparrow appetite upon people. Yeah, like, and you certainly can. I'll showcase the mod a little bit. I can showcase it. I'm gonna just build it just in case I made a change since I last built. I don't think I did, but just in case. It's a neat little mod. Oh yeah, Minecraft's open. I probably don't need that open. It's been open the entire time. Also, here I am trying to work on this mod. This mod's not DDD, it's not my damage overhaul system, it's my hunger overhaul system, which, technically speaking, just to give some data here, some numbers, Scaling Feast came out like half a year before DDD. Scaling Feast has 43,000 downloads, DDD has 9,000 on CurseForge. DDD has downloads on Modrinth. Scaling Feast isn't on Modrinth yet, but the Modrinth downloads are not going to make the difference there. Scaling Feast has way more downloads, but my community and people who like come to talk to me about my mods there's like a 95% of them are all about DDD, and the other 5% are about Scaling Feast. It is like very lopsided. So DDD ends up getting a lot of attention because a lot of people talk about it. Yeah, like people love being hungry and eating a lot, I guess. I mean, I kind of do, right? I put this in the mod pack that I play on Wednesdays, right? So, you know, there's that. But it's like people like it, but more people are vocal about DDD. And that's fine. But what it does mean is that DDD gets this like weird favoritism, quote unquote, with as many air quotes as I can muster, where because a lot of people talk about DDD, I work on DDD more often because people make bug reports and suggestions and all that. And the idea of a damage overhaul framework is a lot more open-ended than what Scaling Feast has. The scope of DDD is like a little bit harder to define, and so there's a lot more things you can do with it, which is totally cool. But you end up in this weird situation where again DDD gets talked about more because more people complain when it breaks and celebrate when it works. You're not entirely wrong, right? So about however many weeks ago it was, right? When I released DDD 1.9, which was in May. It was in May. I gave like 3 weeks where I didn't really do anything modding wise. I spent my modding streams writing like wiki articles, and then there was like I think there was a week where I like didn't have a modding stream. I did something else, right? I gave 3 weeks. Why did I give 3 weeks? So that people could look at the mod, find their bug reports, find the stuff that didn't work, the stuff that they wanted to suggest, all that other stuff, give them a chance to get it out of their system. All right? So that when I have all of that information, I can then make an educated decision on should I fix this stuff right now? Or can I work on Scaling Feast? Because I've actually wanted to work on Scaling Feast for a long time. I had 3 weeks of radio silence. Nothing. And so I'm like, okay, I guess DDD 1.9 just works. You know how the story goes. You know what comes next. Yesterday, I'm in the middle of playing a session of Vampire the Masquerade, and I am getting DMs. I'm getting DMs from Shivoxy being like, hey, there's this thing with DDD. I'm like, where were you like fucking a month and a half ago. I mean, it's fine. Like, he's busy. He's working on other stuff, right? Like, I don't necessarily fault it. It's just the irony of, wait a second, you can't have like DDD throwing a fucking temper tantrum because it's no longer at the center of attention. That mod is such an attention whore. It demands so much of my time and effort. And when I choose to work on something else, it doesn't work. Milk boiling over the second you stop looking at it type situation. Yeah, like kind of like that, right? I find it really, really funny, if anything else. What Shivaxi was talking about, or what they were reporting, is that there's like a bit of a performance problem with DDD, because it's checking for like skylight all the time, and that's a pretty fair thing to like look at, right? But it's like, bro, bring this up before. He didn't know, and neither did Funny, who was working on stuff, right? Like they didn't know. Whatever. Again, I'm not saying this to talk shit about them. I find the whole thing really funny. That again, I look away for one moment, and it, just like you said, it's like a milk boiling over type thing. Meat blocks. Yeah, it's not exactly meat blocks, but they do kind of look like that. So this is an ore. It is. Do I have it here? Yeah, it's exhausting stone. There's also exhausting netherrack. There's two variants. Exhausting stone, exhausting netherrack. They're the same thing. It's just one uses a netherrack texture, one uses a stone texture, right? Now, this thing here, as you can tell, mining this is exhausting work. So the little if you see as I run, there's like a little I guess dithered kind of bar behind it, and when it fills up behind my hunger, my saturation goes down, right? Because that's my exhaustion bar. And we can see that mining stone like barely increases my exhaustion, right? Like it doesn't really do anything. But if I break this, my exhaustion goes up by a lot. If I break this, my exhaustion goes up by a lot as well. So that's just a feature of that. Mining, famously easy and light work. Yeah, right? But not this. So the amount of exhaustion it costs depends, or like it costs a decent amount of exhaustion to mine this stuff. However, this is not meat. This is an ingot. This is metal. And you can make an apple, you can make nuggets, you can make this block. So this actually makes your exhaustion go up twice as fast when you're standing on it, which is kind of cool. And then there's this Tinker's Construct integration where this is actually a material that you can make stuff out of, and it does stuff. More importantly, if you have this as a sword or whatever and you hit someone with it, it actually decreases their hunger by a bit. So you can actually beat someone to the point of starvation. It's kind of funny. I bet it tastes so good though. Well, I mean, this actually completely refills my hunger bar, but it lowers my max hunger when I eat it. Right? And then there's this. This little thing. This is the shank you eat to actually increase your max hunger. And there's like a whole bunch of configs. I'm not going to necessarily go over the million different config options that there are. I say million, there's not really that much. But you can configure certain caps and bounds and amounts and stuff. So what I recently worked on was this thing, this little exhausting potato. It just reduces your hunger when you eat it. You eat it, you get more hungrier. Yeah, I mean, this recipe was just for the sake of having a recipe. It's a pretty interesting recipe, but a lot of mod packs will probably change this recipe with Craft Tweaker, and change the recipe. Whole ass human humorous. Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta get the bone part, right? Like this shank has a bone in it, so it's gotta have the bone. It's just a silly recipe. People can modify this in mod packs. But the bone should be required. This is a little thing that it just, again, you eat it, it makes you more hungrier. Don't question the logic there. It's a silly little item. Is it supposed to be super useful? No, not really. You can use it in brewing though, as basically a netherwort substitute, which is kind of cool. And you can make potions. There's a whole slew of stuff. This is all the stuff that the mod adds basically. There's some interesting enchantments. There's a whole bunch of different potions. And there's these things. There's an iron apple and an enchanted iron apple, which work like the golden apple and enchanted golden apple, but for hunger, right? Do potions affect hunger stuff? You bet! You bet they do! So when I eat this, you'll see in the top, you can't see in the top left because I have my fucking thing there. I have these potion effects. Metabolism, bloated, iron stomach. So bloated is basically absorption, right? If I eat this, you'll see that I have absorption. Absorption is the yellow hearts. Bloated is the yellow shanks. It's hunger absorption, basically. Resistance makes me take less damage. Iron stomach makes my hunger go down slower. So it's basically the hunger equivalent, you could say. There's no equivalent to the fire resistance because that doesn't make sense. And yeah, so it gives you like temp hunger basically, right? And there's a whole bunch of other potions, right? So this is the metabolic potion. This is basically hunger regen, which I had for a second there. You can see my hunger shanks actually bob the same way they do when you have regeneration. Right? They bob the same way. And because this is what's doing it, it's a metabolic potion. This is the iron stomach one, which is basically resistance, and this is the absorption. This increases my max hunger when I drink it. This decreases my max hunger when I drink it, temporarily. This is like reverse of this. It makes my hunger go down faster. Not the same as the hunger potion effect. The hunger gives exhaustion slowly over time. This just increases the amount of exhaustion I get. Yeah, getting straight up ready for hibernation. This lowers my hunger when I consume it. There is a potion of saturation that when you drink it, it does increase your hunger, but that potion is like that potion effect, the saturation potion effect, is in Minecraft to begin with. This is reverse saturation, and so Scaling Feast doesn't add a potion for saturation because other mods do. Scaling Feast instead checks if a mod has registered a saturation potion and then adds brewing recipes for it. What's the brown muck? This is molten exhaustion. I have it in a bucket here. I will show you. I will make shit. For your pleasure, for your health. We'll make a fountain. This is actually, I've configured this to be an extremely viscous fluid. It will flow very slowly. It's supposed to, because it's supposed to give off the vibe of being like a sluggish kind of thing because it makes, you know, this stuff, right? Now, I don't know why, but yeah, at some point it does this, where it starts to flow unevenly. I'm not sure why it does that. I don't really care. It's like, whatever, really. One thing I almost would like to do is when you step in this fluid, it doesn't actually damage you, but it reduces your hunger. But I don't think it's really worth it, so I'm not gonna bother. Right now, this is a molten fluid. Stepping in it will hurt. Oh, well, I have fire resistance right now, but you know, it's not great, right? It is hot. Does Minecraft not normally do that? I feel like I've seen lava do that. Lava doesn't really drain your hunger. So the way Minecraft works is when you take damage, you do get a tiny bit of exhaustion. So hunger is broken down into 3 stats. Your hunger, which is the chunks you see, your saturation, oh, the flowing unevenly thing. I don't know. Not really? Lava would never make me hungry. Look at how tasty it looks. Num num num, right? So that's that, and that's it in a bucket. This is a weird meat pie thing. I feel like that splash text should be orange, because the splash text for the rest of them is orange. This splash text should be orange, probably. It's very flat. Yeah, so this was like some of the first textures I've made or whatever. I think it could use a little bit of a better texture. Look at a bit, look at a bit done pizza left beef. Yeah, it's sort of like a little meat pie thing. The texture isn't the greatest. What I really wanted it to be, since it's a hearty feast, was to be like a full-on feast. Like you have like a freaking like turkey there, and like you eat it, and it eats parts of the model away and stuff. But I am not that great at modeling, nor am I that great at texturing, nor am I that great at like implementing all of that stuff. I could spend time, sit down, and try and figure it out, but I've ultimately decided that this is a reasonable concession. It's a meat pie. You eat it. It restores 1/7 of your max hunger. So if you eat all 7 slices, it would theoretically fill your hunger. Right. So right now, 1/7 of my hunger is 4, and that's what the inside of it looks like. Is it the greatest texture? No, not at all. Especially when you eat it, it kind of misaligns here. But it's a little meat pie, whatever, right? Could I make it better? I could probably make it better. If it works, it works. Exactly. It's not really a big deal to fix this or to like make it better right now. That's not something I'm super crazy about. We have different enchantments. This one makes your hunger go down slower. There's some curses. And yeah, it's basically the whole thing, right? Like you can make a beacon out of these, which is cool. You'd think Minecraft models would be easy on account of being a bunch of cubes, but turns out art is hard. Yeah, art is hard. You'll notice a lot of the quote-unquote good textures in the mod are just palette swaps, basically. Palette swap of the apple, palette swap of the apple, palette swap of the potato. This is not a palette swap of anything, but this is basically just an enlarged hunger shank flipped, like, and then mirrored, right? So this is basically just that, right? This texture is generated by other mods, so I don't have anything to do with that, neither this or this. This is the only texture that I had to make raw, right? I mean, there's this too, actually. There's these textures too. But you're like, wow, this texture looks good. You can make this texture. Why is this texture not as good? Let me show you something. I didn't even make the textures. Someone in my Discord server, Void Ghost, they actually, like, I had a proposal for the textures, and then they're like, hey, I could make the textures a little bit better if you want. And I'm like, yes, please. And so they made the textures better. And these textures look absolutely baller. Right, so I am a huge fan of that. So the good textures are not by me. This one, I did myself. Just today, though, I did update the logo of Scaling Feast. It used to look very different. It used to look not good. It used to be serviceable. All right. It used to be serviceable. Now, it's good. So there's a lot of polishing up and stuff like that. And that's most of it, right? There's a lot of integration with other mods like Spice of Life and Spice of Life Carrot Edition and Tinker's Construct, which are pretty cool. But yeah, that's in general sort of what we got going on here. And as you can see, as my max hunger goes over 20, it kind of overlays colored shanks on top of the regular shanks, just like it does with my health here. So it kind of replicates that. So, kind of baller, here's something interesting you can do. I will show you what I think is the funniest thing ever. Blockbench is what mod people normally use to make models, right? Yes. And I only learned about Blockbench recently, and currently all I have used Blockbench for is making this logo. Well, I made the text, and then I went into GIMP and added the other textured part, right? But, like, I made this with Blockbench. I haven't made other models with Blockbench. I could and should and whatever. Learning it would probably be pretty cool, but, you know, one ridiculous step at a time. Actually, wait. Eat the clownfish. So, I have this. I have 33 of 34 hunger. I get rabbit stew. This is like my favorite thing to do. I have this. I do have it installed, but I've only poked at it once and discovered my Blender muscle memory doesn't quite apply and got scared. Well, it's a good thing I don't have any of that. So the Curse of Sensitivity will give me the soft stomach effect, which will make my hunger go down faster. But more importantly, the only way it does that is when I overeat. So now, if I eat something that heals more hunger than I need, it will give me a soft stomach potion based on how much I overate. And the gluttony enchantment actually causes the food I eat to heal me for more. Curse of Sensitivity, I have that diagnosed IRL. So this actually, the gluttony potion effect, or the gluttony enchantment, actually makes food items heal me for 150% more than they would normally. So this normally heals 10, but 150% more. This is going to heal me for 25. All right, keep that 25 in mind. I have here a bloated overflow, which means now if I overeat, I get a bloated potion effect. I get temp hunger to compensate for the fact that I overate. So I will eat this, and you will see that I will get a bunch of temp hunger. I get 24. But I also have this soft stomach effect. So now I'm going to stand on this, which is going to double the amount of exhaustion I receive. I'm going to break this block. And I lost all that hunger just by breaking it. It's like my funnest thing. It's the funnest thing to do. Because standing on the block doubles the amount of exhaustion I take. Breaking this block costs me a decent amount of exhaustion. Breaking blocks with this pickaxe costs me a lot of exhaustion. And my exhaustion goes up because of the soft stomach potion effect. And so you combine all of that together, and I lose a lot of hunger. And you can and that's like you just have Tinker's Construct in this mod. And you can do it, right? Like, there was no commands, no debug stuff needed. That's something you can just do. Is it silly? You're damn right it's silly. But I love it. It just go all hunger. It just evaporates. It's kind of beautiful. I kind of love it. There is a way I can make that worse. I can make it about twice as worse. Watch this. Watch this. I only want laziness curse. So with this curse, this is actually going to half my maximum exhaustion. Your max exhaustion is 4. When it goes to 4, you lose hunger. Now with this on, my max exhaustion is going to be 2. So you can probably see exactly where this is going to go next. I'm going to do Spice of Life reset so that the rabbit stew heals the same amount. Re-abbot stew, yep. Re-abbot stew, that's what we want. I'm going to set my hunger to 33, 1 off, so that when I overeat, it does some good shit. And then we're going to switch to this. We're going to put this on. We're going to do this. We're going to switch to this. And then we're going to break the block. Put this on. Eat this. Swap to this. Break this. And now it's gone. The reason I got all of that bloated hunger back is just a bug with the absorption potion effect, and my bloated potion effect mimics absorption, so that's technically intended behavior. We're not going to worry about it. It's not supposed to give me that much temp hunger. You just die like that, yeah. There is an interesting feature. I don't know if I currently have it enabled. Dynamic starvation. I do have dynamic starvation. So if this is true, Scaling Feast will remember how much exhaustion I received since I went to 0 hunger. Then it will increase my starvation damage proportional to the amount of food points I would have lost if I actually had hunger. So, now, we will do this again, but at low hunger. Which means I need another rabbit stew. This is probably going to get me killed, by the way. Can I clear? Oh, it's affect me clear. Okay. Get rid of all that. Set my hunger to 33. Have this on. Stand here. Okay, well, make sure I'm at full health. This actually heals me when I do that. Clear that. There we go. Now, I will eat this. I will swap to this. I will set my hunger low. / hunger 0. I actually do not starve if I have temp HP. Temp hunger, I should say. Now break this. And I just die. I take so much starvation damage at once, I just die. Because of the amount it overflowed by. Also, yeah, my max hunger is now 2. We're gonna just have to deal with that real quick. It's set to 2 because when I take starvation damage, my max hunger will drop. I have that as a configurable feature. And when I take that extra starvation damage from doing that, it actually ticks that tracker as well. POV, you were a little hungry. Just a touch. So yeah, that's just a really silly thing you can do that I think is really funny. I did not want to do that. How it feels to go without breakfast. Just die instantly. Basically, right? Can you imagine being on the job, having to mine away, and then you just fucking spontaneously combust because you're a little hungry? Like, damn. Me for real, for real. And that's basically it. That's basically the mod, right? There's a couple of other interesting configurable features. This mod is featured in Vengeance Craft, which I play on Wednesdays. Of course, not this updated version, because I'm still working on it. But it is sort of technically done. Because that was the last thing. The question is whether or not I wish to add anything else or do anything else. Like, I'm not going to change this texture. I'm going to leave that. Everything else is kind of fine. Everything else kind of works. Probably make a pre-release. See if anyone wants to check it out and test it or find anything. And then, so not tomorrow, but potentially the stream after. So not next Wednesday, but next Wednesday. The updated version of this might be in Vengeance Craft and configured ever so slightly for some of the things, for some of the features, which is going to be pretty cool. I think that's basically the whole thing, right? Like, that is basically the whole mod. Again, there's other stuff, but this is all the stuff we've done. There's nothing left to do. Our to-do list is basically done. The only things left to do for this are to write wiki articles for stuff, which is really important to do. So I will have to be doing that. But everything else is more or less done. So, and there's wiki stuff that I gotta do, so. I would like to have the wiki be done and, like, actually cover everything. There is actually one thing, actually, that I didn't even touch on. Wait a second. Did I somehow miss this? I did. Wow. Okay, so there actually is one more feature. And that is a dimension whitelist / blacklist for features. So that the Scaling Feast features only work in a certain dimension. You know, I was being a pussy. Blockbench is fine, actually, now that I'm trying it again. Oh, okay. Cool. Maybe you could publish some tutorials and I can get educated, you know? I'm kidding, of course. But I'm not a 3D modeler. But I'm sure, like, really, I should just sit down with Blockbench and be like, do, spend an eternity, learn it, figure it out, make a cool model, then texture the cool model, then, like, export that stuff and put it in. Oh, don't worry, I'm not either. I just like to mess around with programs I don't understand. That sounds dangerous. Just a touch. Where's Firefox? Here we are. This is the last thing I need to work on. It's perfectly safe to let me play with the power plant control software. I'll just... What's this button do? And that's how I lost power last night. I did actually lose power last night. It was really funny. I was minding my own business. Everything was fine. And then... This was like... At midnight, I am plunged into complete and total darkness. Because someone was pressing controls somewhere they shouldn't have, I bet. That's my theory. Sticking to it. Anyway, this is something that I proposed like 3 years ago. So that you can add dimension restrictions for certain features. So it's only applied in certain dimensions. I think that's actually kind of a cool idea. And we would have it for all of these features. That Scaling Feast says. I'm not gonna do that today, because I've been going for about 4 hours, and the starvation death that we just witnessed is actually me for real, for real. I need to go get something to eat. I'm not gonna freaking pop out of existence, but like, I'm gonna go get something to eat. So that's what we're gonna do this time. I'm gonna add this 126 dimension white/blacklist. And we'll make that cool. We'll make that cool. And then if we have any extra time next week, we will write some wiki articles for some stuff. Something like that. Because I would like to do that. I would like to have most of the issue tracker for Scaling Feast basically completely done, right? With like one exception being the one issue that talks about porting, which not right now, but sometime, right? We will do that. There actually is one more thing I gotta fix. It's this. No, edit the readme, you fuck. Open with... How do you edit this? Oh, the source. Ah, I'm a genius. I need to change this. So for context, this is what the old logo used to look like. I'm gonna be changing it to the new one. And that's here. It's sflogo2.ping. sflogo2. You fucking suck balls. You're way too big. God damn it. Okay, well, what's the size of the other thing? Images. This banner alt is 513 by 144. This is 1200 by 600. Maybe we drop it to 600 pixels wide and we like rescale it. All right, so let's we'll open this with GIMP, I guess. This makes the most sense. In the meantime, here, look at this other this icon that I made. This is what the original icon looked like. I now make it look like this. This is what it will appear in like search results for like on Modern and CurseForge. This is what the icon looks like now. Looks good. I like it. It's such a glow up, dude. It's such a glow up. I mean, obviously there's a size difference, but like whatever, right? It gets scaled to the right resolution. So that's not a problem. I'd much rather it be larger. But what a glow up, dude. There's a readability difference too. Yeah, right? Like you can read the SF a lot better. I like that. Let's scale this to be it's 514 across, so I'll actually scale it to be 550. And then I need image. No, I need layer. Crop to content. No, oh fuck, I do need image crop to content. God damn it. There we go. Export, overwrite. Yeah, overwrite it. Now, if I overwrite it, do I have to reopen it? Yeah, look at that. It looks good. Now it's no longer so big. I actually need to fix this too because we're not going to worry about that. We're going to look at the source. Yeah, we don't need this Travis thing. Because we don't have that anymore. Right, so now it's just the issues, the CurseForge download count, and then the Discord. Which doesn't show up here because it right. But there we go. It looks good. So we'll have to do that. We'll post it to Modrent at some point. And I think one thing I think I will do actually. We need screenies. A gallery of pictures that can like accurately encapsulate everything. We can have all the mod items and features put in item frames and stuff. We can make it look good. We will do that next week. We will add this dimension list, this dimension white and black list, and then we will add these screenies. We will take a bunch of screenshots and we will update the galleries. And it'll look good. It'll look real good. Okay, but I'm kind of faffing about right now. We're done for today. I like it. It's good. Let me just confirm that this is sized correctly. Yeah, it is. Right? Yeah, okay. All right. Perf. I am peacing out. Oh my gosh, dude, he's streaming printed circuit board. He's playing PCB too? We're gonna go take a look at. Dude, I haven't been able to check out his stream for a while. We're rating him.